flame. I'm never tired, don't feel no pain, 'cause I know you don't have what it takes. I'll build an empire from your mistakes. I'll build an empire from your mistakes. So try your luck, give me all you got. Only need one shot, so come and get it, so come and get it. So try your luck, give me all you got. Only need one shot, so come and get it, so come and get it. I am the fire, you know my name. You toil and tumble, you play your games, 'cause I know you don't have what it takes. I'll build an empire from your mistakes. I'll build an empire from your mistakes. So try your luck, give me all you got. Only need one shot, so come and get it, so come and get it. So try your luck, give me all you got. Only need one shot, so come and get it, so come and get it. So try your luck, so come and get it. Give me all you got, so come and get it. Only need one shot, so come and get it. So come and get it.
And hello. Welcome back to another day of Ethereal Crown Qualifier 1 action. We're reaching the business end of the tournament now, and really, today is just a jam-packed full of fantastic fixtures. Joining me today on cast is Tux and Socks, and we're going to be bringing you Valhalla Academy Crimson versus Inglorious Blasters. Always nearly did a swear.
Yeah, I mean, both of these teams have been teams that have been well established in the Overwatch community. We got Valhalla Academy Crimson, a lot of familiar faces with Super VH, Shiter, and Risen. They have had some pretty decent games overall so far. They said that some of their previous team achievements as being really cool and swag, so hopefully we can see that in their gameplay. And then, of course, there is one of the more favored teams of Inglorious Blasters. A lot of amazing names here in terms of Zoom, Onti Ablo, Apricornicus even has been very, very good. Some parts of previous teams of Kintsugi. Just overall a very, very strong roster who are probably arguably some of the more favorited people to sort of win some of these qualifier games. I think we're in for a good game. I think that especially, for the whole of today, all of these games should be really good. But I have a feeling that while Inglorious Blasters are definitely favored to go in here, I think that Crimson has quite a good chance of giving them a pretty tough match.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is, at the end of the day, for the Group A standings, this is the battle for first and second. The winner of this game qualifies as first seed from this group. The loser will qualify as second seed. Both of these teams are already guaranteed to go to LAN, so we're going to be seeing lots of them still at the highest level of our competition. But absolutely, it's a very, very exciting game. And we've been playing a little bit of musical rosters in this lobby so far this morning. There was a bit of concern that Apricornicus wouldn't show up, so they nearly had Sterling, a renowned DPS player, on support. Though we did see him on support yesterday on cast, and we have Super BH, a renowned tank player, on DPS. Though I've also seen some of that gameplay, and it's phenomenal. So I think we're in for a very, very good game, and I'm really, really looking forward to seeing how these two teams kind of like poise up against each other. Because I mean, what we have seen in this tournament so far, right, from that game yesterday against Ethereal Ducklings, is that there are gaps in the armor. There is the ability for teams to, you know, take a swing at the throne, you know?
No, exactly. I really hope. I want close games. I want games where maps are taken off of. I want games where people start sweating just a little bit. And maybe it's just that it is 12. It is 12 o'clock. Maybe it's a little bit too early. Maybe people are just waking up, warming up, stretching. It's just a matter of time before maybe those cracks in the armor just show even just a tiny, tiny little bit more. One can hope. But we are going to already move on to our very first map, though, and we are going to move on to Nepal, which is exciting for me. Haven't casted Nepal just yet. It's always been Lijiang. I mean, I know Lijiang is a favorite, but Inglorious Blasters do pick Nepal. I think that this map plays to quite a lot of their strengths, though. It is a very good map for Tracer, and of course we got Antiablo on. Well, Antiablo is one of the more renowned Tracers in the community, and I think that it also is a map where Zoom can excel on quite a wide variety of tanks. It is going to be good to see what strategies they basically come up with here.
We've seen a lot of brawl in this tournament from Zoom, though. A lot of Reinhardt, a lot of Junker Queen, a lot of run at the enemy team type of tanks, and so I think Nepal also really suits that. I mean, Village is obviously the renowned one, but both Sanctum and Shrine have been maps that have seen lots and lots of brawl playtime over the years. So I think it's also a map that's we can throw the hammer in there, and with a Winston ban coming out, it's even more likely that we're about to see that.
Yeah, I mean, Winston ban, Zoom known for Winston. It's a very smart ban for Crimson here. They're trying to prevent that really strong duo of Antiablo Zoom sort of going into their backline, creating havoc. Inglorious Blasters banning Venture. That is quite an interesting ban. What do you think they're trying to prevent with that?
I mean, Venture, like the amount of splash damage and the amount of impact that shot does, as well as like their cooldown, their cooldowns that they have available, the drill dash and the burrow. All of that plays very, very nicely into being very dive resilient. So, I mean, you're talking about one of the most iconic Tracers in our community. Venture is excellent at checking Tracer. Just because you hit one of those shots, the Tracer is not staying in that fight. Like, they're backing off for healing or they're dying. One of the two. So, maybe just a little bit of security to give them a little bit of control of the map in the early stages. Something that's they think Super might be strong on. So, heading into this map, we'll have to see how these two teams kind of face up against each other.
Yeah, I mean, it's excellent smart bans over here. I do think that it is interesting to see exactly where it's just a tiny bit of insight into where each team is thinking, and it does seem very, very smart overall. We are going to move into I don't even know which map this is.
This is
it's
Sanctum.
A corner. Is this Sanctum?
This is Sanctum, yeah.
I'm not too sure. And we got lovely cameras on. For one person, Risen, but also some good old pictures for other people here. We got, on Inglorious Blasters, we got Ashe, Tracer, Sigma, very good, Lucia and Baptiste, a very, very pretty standardized meta comp at the moment that is being very strong. And then on Crimson's side, they are opting for the Ramatra sort of brawl. Again, Lucia Baptiste very strong, TPing out with Symmetra. Cassidy looking to possibly disrupt Tracer gameplay. Oh, what are you changing to? The Reaper.
That's a very, very strong, very often seen composition from IB here.
That's excellent aggression.
Yeah, really forcing them out of the fight early on here, and you're not going to want to give them that space. They're playing that spam, that Sigma. You're going to want to keep them funneled, keep them in a position where your DPS can really do a lot of damage there. A huge dynamite coming in from the One King here, and that's Risen going down already in this fight. The health pool's not looking so healthy. Oh no, Shaito, where are we going, friend? Off the map, and that looks like the fight over for the side of VA Crimson, as Inglorious Blasters will take the first capture of point.
I mean, Inglorious Blasters played that very well. Crimson came out very strong, trying to play to their aggression, but they just sustain. I mean, look at Swoom's ult charge, look at Antiablo's ult charge. It is incredibly high. They were able to do very, very well. Atsu doing excellent healing on Baptiste also. Yeah, but we are going into the next fight. These fights are very quick.
Super aggressive here, and Atsu going down early in this fight. That could be a point of vulnerability now for IB, as that leaves Zoom a little bit vulnerable without the Baptiste healing. But the DPS of IB just so clean in this fight. getting pick after pick after pick, and this fight is still not over. As Super PH, last man standing in this fight, and it's going to have to back out of this fight, face, you know, a combination of Diablo, Africornicus, and the One King.
Oh, well played, Africornicus.
Yeah, I mean,
just that extra stagger, that was really great.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's just, you know, Shaito goes in super aggressively there, gets really, really nice picks, but, you know, that DPS backline, you cannot count them out. Such good spam and such good opportunity identification from Diablo there to get into position and really, really punish the backline of VA Crimson. As they come in here, Flux coming out already, OKT10 already down, and that's going to be yet another fight for IB, you would think, with the amount of healing that Baptiste expects to put out. But with both Atsu and Boom going down this fight, oh, Shaito not getting the Nemesis for the Annihilation out, which means that this fight looks like it should be set for IB.
They are coming in with very strong ultimates though from both sides. Both support ultimates available for Inglorious Blasters. Bomb available, that could be absolutely devastating, especially for their rotations and their aggressive playstyle. But don't count Crimson out, they are... Oh no! OTK going a little bit too early. Diablo checking him, but Pulse Bomb is already out and Lab saved him. That's good! Go, go, go! Smash their face!
You need to push aggressively here, and they're actually going to have to touch point here with 3% left on clock, but it doesn't look like there's anyone left to even look for the contest here. As IB taking this 100-0. Not flawless, but certainly not looking like they were out of control at any point during that round.
Yeah, I think Crimson had like a lot of good ideas going into that fight. They did execute their plan to an extent, but it's just a matter of they got their initial target down. They got their initial target focused absolutely excellent, but then seemed a bit scattered. They need to deal with so many different pressures. They have to deal with the Ashe on one side. They have to deal with the Tracer on the other side. You got Apri on Lucia just constantly up on the walls, booping people, displacing tanks, displacing DPS. It is a very difficult team, even though they seem to be playing like some type of spam, and you'd think they'll be all on relatively one angle. They're playing this excellently so far.
And they come to the next round already. And a similar approach here for VA Crimson, getting up and aggressive early, but Shaito dropping so low. That's going to give IB a little bit of chance to get out of this door frame and kind of put some pressure in, but really nice cage there from Shaito to keep them kind of suppressed, making them unable to move. A lot of damage pressure coming in from Supi here. Echo, one of his signature picks when he plays this DPS role, and 60% coming out already. But Diablo identifying the very split off Echo and getting a huge early pick that should enable them to come back into this fight. Ooh.
Yeah, they need a track on Diablo. They can't leave this Tracer alone. And exactly like that, I mean, it was so close to Diablo going down there, but again, just excellent management on cooldowns. Tato was so close at basically managing there, but they need to ensure they are not ignoring that Tracer. I do actually like this Echo pick. It is inputting a lot of damage into the enemy team. He almost has duplicate, but I mean, we do have two ultimates coming up for Inglorious Blasters. Baptiste window already going down.
That's a lot of damage. And Risen caught in no man's land now, far away from his team. It should just be a cleanup here. You don't really expect to be able to push that without your tank having gone down so early in that fight. And Inglorious Blasters not happy with just that though. Pushing into the spawn of VA Crimson as they really look to kind of emphasize their advantage. Making up for that 13% they lost with the early cap from Potato, and putting themselves in a position to really kind of clean up this round as cleanly as possible if they can.
Oh, Auntie almost getting a pick onto the Baptiste, but Crimson managed to sustain themselves. We are going to see Duplicate and Window coming up. That's Boom with the very early ultimate. Excellent rock from Super VH. Will they be able to secure it?
I mean, T10 going down early in that fight, really giving them very little opportunity to get back into that. It was very strange to see the window coming out. I would have thought that you'd see the lamp coming down rather, but between that and Beak not being online, Potato is still 70% of that. They weren't able to really kind of stabilize through the flux there, even the duplicate coming out a little bit late to kind of emphasize that. Switching strategies now, they've switched onto a Symmetra now, so they're looking to just bunker down on point and really put in kind of like point capture and win through kind of attrition, but against this Ashe Tracer, it's going to be so difficult.
Yeah, they're
Especially
going
when
to
Bob's
be very
on point.
proactive.
The pulse bomb as well. Auntie on having a little bit of a kill streak here with the 4K coming out here. Bob only Bob denying him of that 5K. What a play from the Glorious Blasters kind of signature DPS player.
It is unfortunate to see Shaito use his ultimate. I think Ramatra ult going into this fight could have forced beat a little bit quicker if you have Potato touching, but we are going to see Wrecking Ball. It's sort of a last minute effort to touch the point. They are on it. They are able to hopefully sustain, but Super VH goes down.
And there's the beat coming out. That'll stabilize the fight on point for Inglorious Blasters here. The last players from VA Crimson putting up a valiant fight, but overall looks like they're just not going to be able to hold it out as that overtime wick starts to burn out with Shaito contesting, getting a little bit of extra time. Where is your win here as IB clinch out this first map?
It was interesting to note that Risen was able to check on Diablo right at the end there. Perhaps they see a little bit of success in running the Tracer and just matching them. But again, with excellent ult management from Inglorious Blasters, I think this was just very, very difficult to sort of go into. And what a devastating Bob.
Oh, that shot on the Tracer was nasty.
Oh
yeah, really a clean round from IB. Also throwing a little bit of salt in the wounds for Crimson there is that the ban that they brought into the first map into Nepal was the Winston, a hero that's traditionally very, very good against these dive style or these spam style compositions. This Baptiste, this Sigma style. So really good to see that from them. IB showing some kind of versatility, and what a tremendous gap of damage there. As we saw, their DPS players really shining in that map.
No, I mean, absolutely excellent play from Inglorious Blasters. Their ult management was incredibly good. Crimson stumbling a little bit on ults. They did have moments where they shine. I mean, the rock on the Sigma, there is moments where they are able to execute their plans very well. However, it's just, you have to be so well coordinated in order to dismantle so many different threats. And I feel like they are going in and executing what they need to, but then just polishing up that target focus, maybe just ensuring that everyone is topped up, making sure that they are resetting. It's just those small little details that can make a lot of difference in these type of matches. So it will be quite interesting to see how maybe their strategy can definitely change up, especially when we are moving on to, I would argue, one of the more technical maps of Runa Sapi, one of the newer maps that are on that has been added to Overwatch 2. I think I love push maps. I know that it's not necessarily the most favorite of the additions to Overwatch 2, but I think that this map is very technical in terms of ensuring that you have to reset very well, ensuring that you are playing your spaces very well, especially taking space. However, when I think about taking space, I instantly think about on Diablo. They have to find an answer for him. It is going to be very difficult to deal with him on Tracer on this map.
Yeah, and that's what we saw in that first map, is that even when you deal with Atsu, even when you deal with Apri, even when you deal with even the One King, Auntie is there to just kind of clean up your backline and make those trades meaningless, effectively. And as we're coming into this, no Mauga, Inglorious Blast is a little scarred from their match against Ethereal Ducklings, not wanting to see the big Samoan man again. And Crimson taking out the Ana from this. So I think we might see a little bit of Junker Queen mirror here. A little bit of Kiri Lucio Junker Queen. And we've seen a lot of Winston on this map, Winston and Diva on this map in kind of pro level, but to see, our community thrives off aggressive brawly tank styles, so I think seeing that kind of Junker Queen coming through here is going to be something that I would expect. Maybe we see a little bit of Reinhardt from Zwoom as well. It's something that he's been very very aggressive in running this this tournament so far, but we'll have to see there.
Yeah, as you say, South Africa does favor these relatively brawly type of compositions, and Junker Queen, especially on push maps, absolutely devastating ult, and it's very good to see a lot of new Junker Queen players sort of rise to the challenge of just trying to be the best there. And I think it will be, mirror matches, it's it is pretty. Everyone would like to say, "Oh, tag diff here, tag diff there," but mirror matches are a lot more technical than just up to one player. You have to enable those different heroes. You have to enable your tag, and it'll be interesting to hopefully see what both of these teams do. We do have 2 sub outs over here. Ivy subbing out Atsu in for Sterling, and Super is going out for Lime Oros here. So we are going to see a little bit of change up. I think that it could possibly mean that these teams have very different strategies for each of these different maps depending on their players. Perhaps they're playing to certain strengths here. So I'm pretty certain we are going to see a composition change here.
Yeah, I think definitely from the side of IB, if you're pulling in Sterling, you're putting in a lot of damage focus on that support line. I mean, again, around DPS player, one we've seen in the community many tournaments over the years. So I think we're going to be seeing that kind of like damage focused flex support play coming out for this map. Whereas Lime, I mean, it's more regular to see Lime on DPS than it is to see Super on DPS. Although, you know, we did note Super's tremendous efforts in that previous map, especially on the Echo and with the duplicates onto Swoom in that last map. They're thinking, let's get our regular player back in, the player that, you know, has our heroes on lock, and run it down from there.
And of course, you called it, Blair. There's the Junker Queen coming out from Crimson. They're opting for the Venture. They maybe saw, oh, they banned this, so let's pick it. So we're going to see quite a standard comp coming out from Crimson. Very brawly, very much wanting to be in their face. Whereas Inglorious Blasters have opted for the sort of spam dive with Echo. Definitely wanting to take a lot of different angles. There's the Kiriko. Sterling will thrive on that sort of flex DPS style. Flex support style where he's able to DPS. So we'll see how these two players go in. Ontiabla getting very low there, but manages to get out.
Yeah, it's very difficult for Tracer to engage there without the Winston. As Swoom comes in here, the One King and Ontiabla executing extremely hard into that backline. Not managing to find picks here, and Swoom dropping staggeringly low. Apriconic is actually the first to fall in this fight, though, as this fight seems to be kind of unfolding towards Crimson a little bit, as, you know, picks traded 2 for 1 here. They have to clean this up, though. They're getting staggered, they're getting splits, and that's not what you want for your Junker Queen comp. You need your team to play together to execute here, otherwise you're giving opportunities to that Winston, as they just managed to stabilize it with Sterling and Swoom able to fight out.
No, I mean, excellent plays from Crimson here. They were able to definitely identify a lot of picks. I mean, you had AKT like doing absolutely excellent healing, almost getting their Kiriko ult, 70% online.
Oh, that's so quick. It came out before the Suzu, but the teams trade Kirikos in this fight, and this fight is still anyone's to chase. As P5 dropping really low.
So
Trades
even
coming pick for pick here. It's absolutely just the most messy brawl here. As IB just about look like they're about to clean it up, the Risen going down in this fight.
yeah, I mean, again, Ontiabla going a little bit unchecked. That previous fight, Lime Oros was able to pretty much drill him out of the fight, but now, again, when you're not looking at him, he will wreak havoc in the backline. Oh, a little bit of a sneaky one, trying to get a couple of headshots onto him, but not quite finding it. We do have some very strong ultimates. They need to be able to force that Suzu from Sterling in order to get a successful Junker Queen ultimate.
Oh wow, that's such a lot of
And
damage
there it is. Well,
with that Queen ult coming out here, they're just not able to kind of evade the effects of Suzu and the kind of ult value that's IB have coming out here with the Primal Rage able to just stabilize this fight. One ult for one ult there, but I'd say that if you're losing your Rampage for Primal, it's not really a good trade in value here, as IB about to capture that forward spawn, about to get that box to the checkpoints, and with the Kitsune Rush and Sound Barrier coming online, you have to say that this is looking like a very good situation for IB in this next fight.
Yeah, I mean, we probably see a match in terms of the Kitsune Rushes. We do have Venture ult, which could wreak havoc over here, but Venture goes down.
And yeah, we see the cross Kitsune Rushes here, but with the Venture already out of the fight and the health pools of Crimson dipping a little bit low, it's just a clean execution again from IB here, utilizing their ultimate's perfection. That Kitsune Rush came out. That is a pulse bomb. Oh man. Thankfully the duplicate pulse bomb. That's wow. I was Not expecting to see a Tracer stuck this early in the day.
Hey, that was a bit jarring. I don't think that either DPS really expected each other to be there. We do see some good ultimate discipline coming up from Crimson here, though. Oh, there's also onto the tank, but a very good beat coming out. Not quite saving the DPS though, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, you know, you talk about ult discipline and then we get a 3v5 beat, but you know that's just a timing thing. Very difficult on our ping to get those completely right, but you're just seeing these pre-fight picks coming in for IB here. Something that they're capitalizing on quite well is getting someone just before the start of every engagement, and that's giving them an advantage for the team fight. The rest of these team fights have devolved into like very closely matched brawls, but you know, when you're losing a player before the fight has even started, a closely matched brawl is a losing brawl. As they come through again, 2 picks already in this team fight, and the bot has not stopped moving since checkpoints.
No, this bot is approaching the end very, very quickly. They need to find some type of hope here. They need to use that venture ult. They also, more importantly, need to touch 3 meters. Oh, going down. The Tracer goes down. Lucia trying to sort of stay on point, but just going down even more. A very, very late venture ult. I doubt it will get any pick with the shield. And that is a very clean map from Inglorious Blasters. Very, very different from what we saw against Ducklings there.
Yeah, they say this is what happens when we ban Mauga.
And once again, Antiablo just showing why he is one of the best Tracers in South Africa. He is absolutely devastating. Oh my word. I mean, that tracking, just being able to take down very, very key targets. You can tell that just from that small clip, you can tell how well coordinated they were in being able to focus down very, very important things that are very low there. If one person says the support is low, the entire team is on them already, and it is impossibly overwhelming to sort of deal with, especially when you're not necessarily staying as grouped as what you should be in those type of compositions.
Yeah, and definitely we saw it a couple of times where Crimson got a little bit aggressive. Like, I mean, the best one I have is in their Kitsune Rush line, pushing a little bit past their team and just getting picked off early there. And I mean, you'll see that there's not a big gap in damage, but the damage kind of like efficiency, unmatched. That Inglorious Blasters team was so clean, so like tremendously focused on exerting pressure at very key points. And I mean, they didn't give them the chance to heal up that damage. They didn't give them the chance to kind of like stabilize those fights, because as soon as, you know, someone was out of position, they were dead.
I mean, Shaita and OKT 10 really did try to sustain quite a lot of their fights. They had a lot of good neutral fights there, but as soon as those ultimates came out, I mean, it was just one ultimate after the other. Every single sort of plan that Crimson tried to execute, Inglorious Blasters just had an answer for it. Oh, you're going to use Junker Queen ult? We have Primal, we have Suzu. Oh, you're going to try and Kiriko ult? We will match ours first. We will use ours first. We know that you have beat, we're going to try and focus you and force you to use beat using Pulse Bomb. It's just absolutely devastating when those ultimates ended up coming out from those teams, and they just didn't seem to have an answer.
Yeah, I mean, it's that proactivity, right? It's that, you know, we have a clarity of intent. We know what we're going to do, and we're just going to execute before you know what's up. We know where we want you to be when we dive, and that's where we'll fight you.
No, 100%. And we already got our maps and bans, so we are going to be moving on to Circuit Royale. One of the more this map is, again, it's another payload map. Good old hit scan central here. A lot of snipers just sort of been very successful on this map traditionally when it came out, but we have been seeing slightly different compositions also from that has seen success, but generally it's more favored for that sort of spam long range DPS to excel. And we also have our bans.
Oh, a ban and substitution. Yeah, bans for Ilari and D.Va coming through here. Ilari coming out from the side of VA Crimson, seeing the impact that backline of Inglorious Blasters is really putting in, and thinking, you know, maybe we can contest this if we on like a BAP Zen or a BAP Brig, but I think if we're on the BAP Ilari, you know, you've seen Sterling play an entire map on supports and a hit scan presence of his own, you know, in this kind of environments. So maybe we're thinking, okay, we take the Illari out of the fight. D.Va as a ban coming out from IB, that might indicate that, as the map goes on, they might think of switching onto something of a dive to pressure out the backline of Crimson accordingly. So if where the map becomes a little bit smaller, because this first point, obviously a long hit scan paradise, but the second and third points, you can start to get some flanks, you can start to, look for some dive staging a lot easier.
Yeah, and I think we're getting a bit of a better picture here as we see Sterling going on to DPS with Atsu going in and King going out on the side of IB. I mean, I think that D.Va ban says it all. Sterling and D.Va, not two things that mix well together. He just wants to be absolutely left alone on a high ground somewhere, just raining down bullets on the enemy team. So we're probably going to be seeing his signature soldier here coming out onto here, or perhaps his Widowmaker. I mean, he is definitely one of the players with the better mechanical aim in the tournament, and he has been posting clip after clip online of his excellent plays. So I think that D.Va is very much just to enable him and to give a little bit of a spotlight to him, and especially on a map again, hit scan central. It just writes itself, really.
Absolutely, and I'd be surprised if we don't see the Widowmaker here. Obviously, very renowned for his soldier nowadays, but we've seen lots of Widow from him over the years, and I mean, run it back a little, man. And I mean, yeah, mirrored Widows from these teams. That's a Reinhardt. That's not a Sigma.
I mean, Zoom and Reinhardt, I don't think he can go an entire match without playing him. It is definitely one of his more favored ones, especially with his overtly aggressive playstyle.
It was a bait.
Ah! Here's me talking. Oh well. Oh well. But it's fairly standardized comps here.
Yeah, I mean, no Lari, so Bap Zen across both teams, Widowmakers across both teams, Sigmas across both teams. The only difference being this Torbjorn, which is very presumably an answer to Auntie's Tracer if they keep it.
I'm not hating the Torbjorn. I'm not hating the Torbjorn. I mean, he is able to input quite a lot of damage. He is just a big circle, though, for Widowmaker to click, so we are going to maybe see a little bit of struggle there. But the Widowmaker matchup I'd love to see.
A lot of respect to the Tracer player, though, to devote an entire Torbjorn to just making their life a living hell. Though it actually looks like the counter pick coming through here is Risen trying to duel the Tracer while Lime tries to duel the Widow. Oh, man. Good pick, Lime. What do I know? That was the play.
Yeah, do you know what? Maybe we're just wrong. Maybe we are getting a little bit of a insight into what they're doing. It could just be that Torbjorn is better sniper.
Yeah, just
honestly. So close.
Wow, that's so much damage. They have to track Auntie here. He's just doing too much for free right now. Taking out 2 before he's eventually picked in this fight, but that should be enough for IB to stabilize here. And Sterling back in that fight, taking out Shaito. And that'll be fight. That'll be enough for Auntie to get back. It's 94% ult charge already. That indicates how much work he put in that first fight on a point where Tracer isn't really favored.
Yeah, I mean, there's not many different corners and routes that Tracer can take, and not too many favorable health pack positions, and yet Diablo is still getting value. We do have Pulse Bomb online for him. He's probably going to look for a very early pick here. But he's being matched by the Torbjorn turret. Oh my word.
Like, I don't know how we really address this unless, like, the goal is to let Shaito and Risen look forward and everyone else scan for the Tracer. It's just so much impact that we're seeing right now from this renowned Tracer player doing what he does best.
Oh, just completely devastating backline set. We do have Baptiste window online, so it could be quite a lot of damage going into the enemy team soon, but we do also have Transcendence for that sustained window of themselves from Glory Glasses, and of course we have Gravitational Flux from Zoom. So it does seem like it's going to be quite a difficult fight that Crimson are going into here, so it will be interesting to see who they are going to try and plan on focusing first. And there's Gravitational Flux. Oh!
That's the Trance coming out there to make sure that doesn't end up being too impactful. And the window here, they seem to be stabilizing quite nicely, putting themselves in a position to really fight. Okay, he dropping very, very low to the Tracer of Auntie there, but holding their own, holding a position, starting to gain a little bit of space, starting to get a little bit of control, and this is what we wanted to see. This is what we wanted to see them kind of come through and challenge, as they just starting to get taken out now in the mid to late stage of this fight. Flux coming out a little bit late in this fight. I'm not sure if we'll see the desired effect, and just not managing to get the picks here.
I mean, Crimson almost came in with an advantage there. They had an excellent transcendence. Oh, that was a bit
Cheeky.
It was excellent control for Crimson there, and then again just didn't know what to do with the ultimates. I think Shaito is panicking a little bit sometimes when he uses his ultimate. He thinks that he can clutch a fight, but he does need a team to sort of back him up there. I do like Tracer checking Tracer though, and Antiapa goes down for the first time this match, so that is excellent plays. But Sterling says, "You want to take my Tracer? I'll take yours."
Ooh, okay, okay. You take out Tracer, we take your team. Like, all you've done is given us a chance to farm clips for the highlight reel at this stage. Wow, what a play coming out from Sterling there. 4 in this fight alone, running into the Sigma. Wants that 5k, but not quite able to kind of clutch that one out. As Auntie's back in this fight. In the 1v4 with, you know, IB versus Lime.
Yeah,
just kind of clean up the last stage of that fight.
See you later, Twitter. We'll be here. It will be quite on the highlight reel for sure for Sterling. But absolutely excellent plays from Inglorious Blasters. Room being such an anchor for the entire team there, but definitely the DPS where it was their show there. They were able to sort of just completely dominate the enemy team, especially on Diablo. Such consistent damage and consistently getting picks there. And while Crimson, again, they were able to sort of have a little bit of chances just trying to get some... they almost had the full puzzle together, but they just couldn't find the right pieces at the right time. And, I mean, again, Crimson going for this sort of spam comp, Life Weaver coming out.
It's a Life Weaver charged comp. That's room over the roof.
That is room over the roof.
I'm so ready. This is why I do this. This is why I'm here. Over the top. Let's see that why not really come into play here and put in some impact. Love to see that.
How many people do you think will make it? Have they practiced this? Who knows? This is.
I honestly think if Swim gets a pick, it's worth.
It's worth. It will always be worth. I mean, they're being casted. They have to pull out some interesting strategies here. Do we just let this happen? Oh, there's the May.
Oh no, you got rocked, but they're over. There's 3 of them over, and they do find an early pick in the beginning of this fight. Auntie already taking over this attack side as well. Payload not moving. Risen getting a very nice pick there, and that might be enough to stabilize Crimson here.
I mean, it was ambitious, but Crimson did have an answer for it immediately. The rock going onto Zoom there. They are going to instantly change to Sigma. Crimson said that we are not going to be on a highlight reel today over some nonsense like that. So, I mean, it was a good try.
It was a good try. I mean, the charge was even working. It was just a very good rock from Shaito to completely shut it down there. Auntie struggling to find the space in the early stage of this attack round here. And although, you know, they don't have a long way to push, it's still a situation where they have to win that. And wow, the long range Venom Mine kill? That's a first. That one should go on Twitter as well, please. I'm very curious how that one happened.
I mean, if you can snipe with a Widowmaker Venom Mine, I think that pretty much establishes you as one of the Widowmaker mains. We see the dive Widowmaker going in once again, but not quite finding pick. Okay, he says, absolutely not. I am not going to go down today. And an excellent Transcendence coming out to sort of sustain that last point. I think Ivy thought they had it in the bag there, but they are holding their own. Crimson doing an excellent job here. to try and sustain as much as they can. They do have their first ultimate coming through. Oh, sorry, not first ultimate. The tank ultimate is coming through very nicely here. Immediately targeting Room. Oh, an excellent lamp.
So well placed as well, and able to be kind of cleared out by the DPS for that. And Crimson, again, although they don't have a lot of room to play with, really starting to kind of like secure their position, put themselves in a spot where they can kind of fight out and hold. Risen getting on Diablo again. The Tracer, the Tracer player himself really struggling to find the open spaces on this map to kind of like get in behind the enemy team. And you know, there are a couple of picks being traded out. This should be enough to clean out for the side of IB here. For Crimson.
Oh, Crimson. The Crimson is doing excellently here. They are doing very well to sort of hold their point. That was an interesting dragon. That would be a little bit difficult to sort of hit a Tracer just dashing around. But this is what we've been saying this whole time. If you are able to check onto Upload, you'll find that maybe Inglorious Blasters do not have that much damage going into this, especially with Widowmaker just trying to find that sort of sideline, but not quite getting it, which is why they probably opted for
no,
the
they
carry.
might see this here. Oh no!
No,
Crimson! Did such a nice job to hold that. Forced IB off the mirror.
No, I mean they were holding their own. They played really well towards the end. It's just unfortunate, just that last sort of point. And I mean, once again, hello Twitter. We know what is exactly is going to come through here. Just pick after pick. I mean,
okay. No, I mean, go.
What do we say?
It's just a clean play. No complaints there. Nothing wrong there.
Nothing wrong at all.
Nothing wrong at all.
No, I mean, well played to Inglorious Blasters. It was evident to see why they are easily one of the stronger teams when they are on here. I mean, the good old Swoon onto Diablo sort of
Paul Tracer.
they able to just dismantle so many different teams at their different plays, but also really well played to their supports. I mean, Apri being a very key part to Inglorious Blasters' success, and also Atsu, because they were able to get their players out of really tight situations in those fights. And here are some of the stats. That is still almost a 10k damage difference. It's just ridiculous.
10k damage, well, yeah, 10k or 8k damage difference, 5k damage gap the other way though. Lots of really good sustain coming out from Crimson here. So, I mean, it could be worse, very genuinely. Like, they put up a very spirited fight. Although their attack didn't go to plan, their defense was nearly spotless. You know, like even the fight that they eventually crumbled, it didn't look like they were completely out of it. And you know, extra 20 meters there, maybe you come back into that fight, right? But they just weren't able to kind of hold that out. But a really good performance there to show that they weren't out of this fight. They weren't here to be on a look at the meme strat we pulled highlight reel. They were here to play a proper game of Overwatch, and they did really nice work on that defense to really show that they can fight with teams like IB.
No, exactly. I mean, and it's just shout out to OKT10, like absolutely being able to find his own rhythm there towards the end, and actually check both DPS at one stage when being dived by the Widowmaker, which was the strategy. But it was just well played overall from both teams. I do also like a lot of Risen's plays being able to check. Definitely showing that while he respects, I know that we've been going on about Antiablo pretty much all stream, but he has definitely shown his own being able to check him both on Tracer and Widowmaker there. So we do not need to count him out. He did play very well. Again, but when you have so many different key targets to sort of focus on Inglorious Blasters, when you have so many different people to sort of just try and track down, you can't ignore Zoom, you can't ignore Antiablo, you can't ignore Sterling, you can't ignore their entire team, and that can just get overwhelming very quickly.
So I mean, I think I know based on the kind of commentary to this point, but who are we going with your MVP for today?
I normally like to do a little bit of a song and dance about this and like say compliments to the whole team, but I mean, Antiablo just well played. It was ridiculous. The amount of space that you're able to create for your team and just the raw damage output, just well played. It hands down goes to you.
100% takes a special type of player to take the most sniper-intensive map in the game, have the enemy team counterpick you, and then still take over the defense.
Yeah,
like
just.
I mean, and we saw it throughout the
much.
series. We saw him be so impactful throughout the series. You know, Suravasa took over. Suravasa Runasapi took over. You know, on Nepal was a constant presence, a constant threat, doing so much damage, even when it looked like fights were going the other way. And I mean, he's one of the premier DPS players in the country for a reason. He is one of the iconic DPS players in South Africa, and that's why.
No, it's definitely looking forward to seeing him more on future streams, and we even see some of the player stats here. I mean, 35 elims per 10 minutes. What are you meant to do? That's 7 whole teams just taken out every 10 minutes. I mean, what is there more to say? Just well played once again to both teams in this case. We do have some very exciting matches throughout the day today, though. It's going to be very close matches, I believe, throughout the whole day. What is our next one? I think it's Vanquish versus Pangolins, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, it is Vanquish versus Pangolins. They are playing at, I believe, 2 p.m. Their game will be the game that kind of like decides qualification within that group, within the Group C. To note, in this group, in Group A, Inglorious Blasters have now sealed first place. VA Crimson have sealed second place. Both teams you will be seeing at LAN in October, so congratulations to them. Unfortunate for Ethereal Ducklings to miss out, that we did know already though, after such a spirited performance in this tournament as well, but I think we'll be seeing a lot from them coming forward, especially for second qualifier. Group B will be decided. Both teams in that group, Five Nights and Anomaly, already decided. That's the map we have coming out at 5. They're already going to land both, but the game between them will decide first and second in their group as well. And in Group C, there's a little bit of a a kind of decider still to happen there because of the lack of games that both Pangolins and Vanquish have played. They're still catching up their games from last weekend. Pink Salamanders have already qualified, but the final seeding of that group is not yet decided. Salamanders will be going to land one of Pangolins and Vanquish will be joining them at the event in October.
Yeah, and I mean, let's not forget there is 10,000 smackaroos available for the winning team of this tournament. It's going to be really exciting. There's still quite a lot to play for, especially with the second qualifiers coming out. And the LAN is just, as I say, it's just a vibe, a good time, a good opportunity for the community to get together once again. And I think that it's just going to be a very well-spirited, very well... I would like to think that it'll get a little bit heated from some of these players. A lot of people have a thing to prove here, and I'm just excited for the future, for pretty much the whole of Overwatch for South Africa, especially with these upcoming games. But of course, we do need to sort of wrap this up and sort of come to an end here for those games to happen. So just... what an excellent play from both teams once again, and just thanks for the opportunity to cast. Good job, players. Good job, producers. Thank you, Blur, and just well played all around.
the fire, you'll feel my flame. I'm never tired, don't feel no pain. 'Cause I know you don't have what it takes. I'll build an empire from your mistakes. I'll build an empire from your mistakes. So try your luck, give me all you got. Only need one shot. So come and get it, so come and get it. So try your luck, give me all you got. Only need one shot. So come and get it, so come and get it. I am the fire, you know my name. You toil and tumble, you play your games. 'Cause I know you don't have what it takes. I'll build an empire from your mistakes. I'll build an empire from your mistakes. So try your luck, give me all you got. Only need one shot. So come and get it, so come and get it. So try your luck, give me all you got. Only need one shot. So come and get it, so come and get it. So try your luck, so come and get it. Give me all you got, so come and get it. Only need one shot, so come and get it. So come and get it.
Oh yes, that's right. We're back. The last day of the Ethereal Crown qualifiers here. Despite what I said last night, if you guys were on the stream there, I got it completely wrong. I thought it was a Sunday. But thankfully, it was a wonderful little surprise after that to get an entire another day of Overwatch action. And it's myself here, Ultraism. I'm joined by Sun Phoenix to bring you the beginning, or at least the second game for the night. EA Pangolins versus Pandasti's Vanquish.
Now, first of all, thank you, Altruism. I'm looking forward to these games. I'm specifically looking forward to these two games that we've got now. You and I, we were here for this one, Vanquish taking on Pangolins, and then we've got Anomaly taking on Five Nights. That is going to be a banger. If there are 4 top teams in South Africa at the moment, those are 2 of those 4.
Yeah.
So that'll be a window into what top versus top Overwatch looks like. I think we're probably favoring Five Nights just a tiny bit, but Anomaly, it's kind of a case of skill versus synergy in that matchup. But we'll come to that hopefully in about an hour and a half, 2 hours time. Because before we get there, we've got what promises to be a banger and with actual real stakes in this next matchup.
Oh yeah, exactly, right? Real stakes. All of this, of course, if you guys have missed it for the whole weekend, doubt it by now, is all qualifying for the LAN at the 8K Arena in Cape Town later on this year. And right now, top 2 of each group go through, and Pangolins and Vanquish fighting it out for that second spot. Pink Salamanders already qualified from group number 3. Pangolins have played 4 games and won 3, so a win here would secure them the spot in Cape Town. For Vanquish, on the other hand, they've still got an extra game in hand, so they'd have to win this, and then their last game going to be taking on Error 404, Skill Not Found, who has yet to pick up a series yet, so arguably something that we can count in their favor. So it really does, son, come down to this. Pangolins versus Vanquish. And I mean, both of them have shown a lot of skill here, especially Vanquish has impressed me as one of the newer teams to the scene. I got to cast 2 of their games yesterday, and man, they've got some individual players on there, and they've got a great team synergy behind them. So very, very excited for what this game offers. And you know what the scary thing is? It's not just this qualifier. We still have that last chance qualifier for the last 2 spots coming up on the 7th of September. I would arguably say that whoever doesn't go through now has still got a very good chance of getting through there.
Yeah, in a way, this first qualifier is just to get normal proceedings out of the way. We know our top 3-4 teams probably going to qualify. Cool, they're qualified. By the time, and then we've got space within this for 2 or 3 other teams to qualify, to surprise us, to really put themselves on the map and be like, hey, we're in the mix here with the top 6 teams. Look at us, see how good we are. And then we've got qualifier 2, where all of a sudden we're mixing in all these teams who, many of which we don't know, many of which with new players, many of which got bullied by the top teams that we've seen, and then they'll get to actually play maps against people who are a bit closer to their level, who they can really show their skill against. So qualifier 2 promises to be really, really exciting, and not just in terms of who comes out at the end of that, but also getting to see these new faces perform with more equal footing.
And equal footing has been something that's been rare in a lot of this tournament. We've seen a lot of the games where it's been starkly contrasted between the guys who've been around here for a long time. We're talking about like the Inglorious Blasters, Pink Salamanders, Five Nights. Those are teams that we expected to come through. And we'll get to the standings later, but basically all of those guys taking it with barely a map loss, let alone a series loss. And so not really being challenged. Instead now, that's why I'm excited for today's game, son.
Yeah,
This one going to be close, unpredictable. I don't know if you have anything. We'll get to that a little bit later. And then our second game, as you say, getting into the teams for now. Run us through these names.
It is going to be Fable and Loki on your DPS, Salmon as your tank player, and Limes and Cersei as your supports. 5 players who we're not very familiar with. These are not faces if you've been following Overwatch for a long time, South African Overwatch. You're going to be like, oh, I know them, they were in X team or Y team or whatever. These are all brand new faces, but they're here challenging for a spot, what you could think of as a direct invite or a first chance invite for the LAN in October. So this is very exciting for me to see. I haven't had much chance to see these guys. I know Altruism, you've had a little bit of a view on them, but I'm excited to see whether they can, how they'll go up against Pangolins, which is a team with a bit more familiar faces in it.
Yeah, I mean, this Vanquish squad has really impressed me in terms of their ability to dominate the area around a fight. Salmon has been a sublime tank, going more for those brawl style tanks, the Ramacha obviously as shown on the screen, but not afraid to trade blows face to face, toe to toe with anyone else, and does a great job after a fight of taking more space or pushing enemies back so that they can't contest the payload. And then you've got when you have a tank like that you can really rely on, you've got Fable. Fable, obviously the entire team is doing well, but Fable has really stood out to me as someone who can pick heads, someone who can make the shots count and take full advantage of any space that's given to them right there. So very excited to see what Vanquish has for us in the future. On the other side, a team that we're a little bit more familiar with, certainly Pangolins has been a squad that's been around for a little bit longer.
Yeah, Rafiki Solaris as your DPS here. Poached Egg on the tank, Jewel and Jabba as the supports. This is the team, as we've mentioned now, with a few familiar faces. Poached Egg especially has been around for quite a while. My head tells me she was a diva player in Overwatch 1. I don't know if that's just what I'm literally seeing in front of my eyes right now, if that is an actual memory. Rafiki and Solaris have been around for a little bit. Jewel and Jabba, newish faces to the Overwatch community in South Africa, but this is exciting for me that both of these teams have between them, I would say, about 7 players who we're not that familiar with in the Overwatch scene in South Africa. We'll see how they perform. This is Pangolins, so we'll see how good they are when they literally don't have a single thumb between them. But I'm excited to see how they can perform, and we know what the problem is if they do end up dropping this map.
Yeah, I love those best face cams of the day. I mean, none of those animals was wearing hats, so like minus 10 points on that. But I mean,
I think minus additional. I think if that was a live video feed as well, we'd be doing bonus points.
You obviously don't have cats, so good luck getting a live video feed.
You've caught me. You've trapped me there. That's for sure.
But between their cat-like reflexes, will they be able to dog their opponents on every step? It's yet to be seen. We go into, of course, our first match, going to be a control point, and starting off, as always, it seems, everyone in South Africa loves Lijiang Tower for a start, and then, of course, we've got our hero bans, a great feature that's been brought into this tournament, with Pandacity banning out the Lucio of their opponents, and Pangolins with a good respect ban against Salmon of Ramatra, certainly a core hero there.
I think Lucio's been one of the most popular bans, right? Yeah, second most popular ban before the day started. So a logical pick there, and then Pangolin's removing the Ramatra as well. Again, a pick. This first map, you're kind of feeling each other out. You have a good sense maybe of what you don't want to play with, and by this point of the tournament, you also have a decent sense of what your opponents like to run, what they're comfortable doing. So I think both of these picks are sort of founded in logic, and I'm excited to see how the picks evolve as we go into the rest of the map. It's interesting for me to see, do teams respond to what they saw in the previous map? Do they respond to what the next map is going to be and how they approach that? Or do they have this set in stone almost where they're like, we want to get rid of this hero, then this hero, then this hero? It's kind of fascinating to see how teams approach this. But no Lucio means Brawl a little bit weaker, no Ramatra means Brawl a little bit weaker as well. So we'll probably be seeing a little bit more dive or otherwise more pokey compositions.
Yep, I'm with you on that one, 100%. Is, you know, I like these bans here because they're the most solid and dependable when it comes to your control points. I mean, control point is a very even map, right? You're going in against each other, and Brawl is certainly something you want to mitigate, at least here in the control center. So yeah, when you talk about that, when you get to the later maps later, there are certain key heroes that you'd like to ban out for that map specifically. Yeah. So having those available, these are just great cover all bases kind of bans. And when you go into the game, I mean, the compositions still tend to be a little bit brawly for the Pangolins and a little bit control the space and do massive amounts of damage on Vanquish.
Yeah, the Zarya is an interesting pick. Hasn't been super popular throughout this tournament, it has to be said. So I'm interested to see what Poach can get done here. D.Va is still in the mix as well, so perhaps trying to preempt that pick, but we'll have to wait and see here. But you can see the damage coming out from our red squads. That shield just evaporating in a matter of seconds. Sigma under so much pressure, and Sigma doesn't really match up that well against Zarya, so immediately it's a good start for Pangolins.
Yep, Pangolins with a great draft here and gets a great May War as well, puts Salmon under a lot of pressure. Cersei comes in clutch with the Immortality Field, but that's been forced out early. The Pangolins keep going really well. Immortality Field forced out on the other side, and a bit of an aggressive position taken by Rafiki. A little bit too far forward there and gets punished for it. And Vanquish now, they flexed, they held strong, they just managed to stay alive, but they confirmed the points. And I mean, after I saw Loki's Junkrat versus the Zarya, I was like, Zarya's a great pick into the spam.
Yeah, she feels like a great pick, and that was all on Rafiki there. That was not the ideal maneuver there. Put himself out of position, walked away from his teleporter, because obviously the idea is you put the teleporter down, you can kind of go in and out if you want to. Oh my! That is a lot of damage in a very short amount of time.
As you can see, immediately straight into the Junkrat's waiting arms and picks up a double kill after that. Loki confirms this fight in a matter of seconds for the squad. Great way for Vanquish to hold the points, and they managed to get themselves up to 30%.
Yeah, you can see the plan that Pangolins has. They kind of want to get in your face and do damage, but it's not working out here. The Junkrat kind of the perfect counter to that. We saw exactly how it works in that last fight. TP in, whoops, everybody's here. Junkrat says, thanks, I'll have some of that. And he immediately even uses that to charge out, pops that immediately and gets a bunch of kills. So good work from them. They do switch up though on Pangolins. They keep the Zarya. She's close to grab. That makes sense. And I don't think the Zarya is a problem here. I think coming off the Symmetra makes a lot of sense. The Cassidy, an interesting pick. I'm not sure that it counters anything specifically here, but we'll have to wait and see if they can get value out of that.
Pangolins play smart, but Jewel taken out, but too much burst damage as Loki picks up the second into the fight. That's two players, and that allows Vanquish now to charge forward, not having to drop any ultimates of their own, as they did drop at least the amplification matrix, I think it's called. Pangolins on the other side, just using that Kitsune rush.
This Ultrasm, if you were to draw up how you want your poke composition to operate, it would look exactly like this. As we see, they go in now with the Gamitic Flux, they force out the lamp, and it does get immediately taken down, move forward, but Poach charged up, big, angry Zarya here, doing a ton of damage, will drop the ulti, just catches Cersei, who was already low. That's probably teamfight over Ultrasm.
Yeah, quick confirmation at the end there, just making sure with the Graviton, and when you're on last fight, you do not want to allow your opponents any space back into this. Now Vanquish going to be forced to come back in, but a single fight is all they need. They've only got a single ultimate though.
Yeah, it's gonna. They've got time though, as you say, to build up their ult economy just a little bit here. Rafiki needs to be careful. Backs up here. He's almost up towards his ulti. But they do have the Trance on the other side. It'll be interesting to see how they use that Trance on the side of Vanquish. Do they commit it here to win the fight, or do they just hold on to it for one big ult fight towards the end?
Well, that answers your question
There you go.
immediately. They're pushing onto point with this, not in response to anything, but just gives them the freedom to push forwards, and then confirms the kill on your opposing tank. Is a great way to start out the fight. Vanquish look to be in full control of the Solaris, going to be able to stall out for a little bit longer with the Bob. Great presence on the fight, and Jabba the Clutch. Actually, that should be Jabba the Clutch right there, because what a way to confirm. And then you question the Cassidy pick. Rafiki ends up with a triple at the end there, so denies Vanquish their last chance.
That was all Solaris though. Bob on the point, they couldn't get the cap. They had to vacate the zone as well and push them into Jabba's clutches there, as it were. So that helps them take that team fight. Vanquish in a bit of trouble now, but they're coming in towards a couple of ults. They've got the Riptire ready to go. Salmon will be close to the Gravitic Flux as well. But for now, they're just going to zone them out. Pangolins are with the Deadeye.
Nice way to just create some space. You got to Zarya, you got to buy some time for those bubbles to come back up. And I mean, right now, Poaching must be on a huge amount of HP as Loki starts ticking out. Wants to get some friendly bodies in the way so he can rush for that health back, and then has the freedom now. Pops an early Dire, does take out Poach Egg to a large amount of damage. Mortality Field forced out, but it's not enough. They can't confirm the kill, and now Pangolins has all the space in the world that they need to confirm kills round the other way. Jewel on the back line starts throwing out some damage. Gravitic Flux to try to turn the tides here. He's going to pop two onto the ground, but counted out immediately by the Transcendence. Pangolins layering their abilities absolutely perfectly, staying alive, managing to take this when they were down to overtime.
Yeah, the complete comeback, 99 all the way down to 0, all the way up to 100. So really, really strong stuff from Pangolins, trying something out there. You could see the plan, right? You could understand what their approach was trying to accomplish, but the Junkrat was a spanner in that works that they didn't account for in that time. And so once they saw that, they responded maybe a little bit slower than they wanted to, but it didn't end up mattering in the end. You know, they still get +1 for this map, no matter how close or not close it happens to be. So good stuff from them. This is what I would have expected to see from Pangolins, a team with a little bit more experience competitively, responding nicely to the state of the game. But Vanquish, still plenty of time to try and figure out what they need to do. I'm interested to see how much they change. I don't get the sense that their composition was at fault. I think it was very much just an execution thing. So if they can just clean up a little bit coming into night market here, or day market as it were, they should be okay.
Right, as we do see, Pangolins on the other side going for a much more mobile composition. They've got Rafiki up in the air on the Pharah. You've got Jabba preempting a dive from the opponents. The Salmon picks up a shot around the corner. Too many projectiles to worry about, and Rafiki doesn't want to be there. Now all the freedom for Vanquish to push onto point there. Poached Egg does claim at least one in the back line, so a bit of mitigated damage there. Jabba, unfortunately, gets caught in the trap, and short-lived for this world. Poached Egg taken out of the sky before they can get through, and trying to take out the Ana as well. Jewel just forced to the death. Vanquish managed to get a great first fight despite losing because of that pick on Rafiki early.
Yeah, getting that kill on the Pharah is so critical here. It just takes so much of the punching power out of this squad. It is absolutely a very mobile, very chaotic squad, but the damage really comes from Rafiki. So if you can get rid of that, means you don't have to pay attention to them, and you can see immediately the effect that Rafiki has. Yes, Solaris gets the headshot to secure that kill, but the Pharah was putting so much pressure on them in that corner. Now they can look to move forward, and there's another kill. Loki goes down as well.
Love the confirmation coming out here from Pangolins, doing a great job of following through with the ball into a shot, and then, you know, Rafiki over the top like that. That's been the combination. You get some sort of choke from one of your bursts, and then you follow off afterwards. Solaris doing well to secure those. And now Vanquish, they have a tough task considering all the area control Pangolins offers.
And they've decided that the Sigma is not the solution here. They're going instead for a more divey composition. They've got Loki to try and counter out Rafiki's Pharah as well. Rafiki, by the way, already at ultimate. He died so early in that first team fight, and yet he's far and away the closest to his ultimate on his team. Now we're going to look to rain some justice from above, but he's being put under pressure. You can see here we go. Big ulti finds one. That bubble coming in clutch for the team, but good start from Vanquish.
I think you're quite happy to take a trade right now if you are the Pangolins, and Rafiki going to be back into this soon. got to be worried. Fable putting on huge amounts of damage, also stacking up that ult charge on their side. Has got the Bob. Damon, a more patient approach. Fable gets taken down very low as Limes drops in the background, losing the Zenyatta duel. And Jabba the Glut keeps on going with this massive damage output, confirms Fable eventually. Pangolins, again, content to just push their opponents out and make them reconsider how they want to approach the point.
Yeah, credit to Vanquish though. They're not sitting and trying to force fights. We've seen that a little bit over this tournament, that teams kind of end up pushing in, even as they're losing players. But here, they lose a few players, they sit tight, they wait for people to come back, and now they regroup, they can look to get in. There's a Bob in the mix, and Bob does end up getting taken down. So this is a good start for Vanquish to try and push back into the point.
Typically unconventional way to counter out that amplification matrix, but it works here. And now Salmon on the hunt for Rafiki, can just get the distance away to stay alive. Transcendence popped preemptively from Vanquish though. That is going to be a big ultimate that they don't have to their advantage, but Transcendence eventually pushed out the other side and it keeps everyone alive. Rafiki picks up 2 into this fight, and Pangolin's just a little bit more patient. Are eventually going to be taking a couple of casualties themselves, so going for Vanquish to still stay alive. Salmon with a big burst off the edge of the map takes out Jewel and keeps the tempo going up. Yeah, can't get out the window, but it's enough for Vanquish to secure the point on 99%.
Yeah, messy fight there, but both teams kind of leaning into that chaos a little bit, and it's kind of forcing it into a situation where you've got duels happening all around the map, and execution is really about who can hook up together, who can synergize best to secure kills, because both teams are able to get in and out pretty much at will. The Zenyatas are going to be a key pick for both teams here. The kind of isolated heroes could end up in a lot of trouble, and there we see it. But good recovery, good counter dive to keep their Zen safe.
Really nice kill coming out from both the Kiriko and the Winston, and now it's up to Poach again once more into the back line. It's taking a huge amount of damage, needs to roll to safety, got the Discord orb up on them. Does manage to get out though. It's been able to create too much space. Pangolins picking up kills on the other side while everyone's attention focused on the ball, and now they're able to walk into the point. 92%, 93 up for Vanquish, but that seems to be all they're able to do. Can they even get back and touch the point? A desperate dive over the top. Yes. Manages to make the space, but quickly taken out and dealt with Bob there to secure the points, and Pangolin's going to be able to pick up their second close match in a row. The important thing is they do take Lijiang Tower.
Very solid stuff from Pangolins, but we got a game in our Hamilton. I'm so glad we've had all these one-sided sweeps, and finally we've got a back-and-forth game.
Yeah.
And hopefully that puts us in position to get a back-and-forth series, Salmon. Such a good ulti here. He sends it out. He doesn't get that kill immediately, but we know what's coming. There we go. Spots it out, sends it back into the drink there off the map, forces the Ana through the window to secure that kill. So great work from this team here. But Vanquish, a lot to work with there. Perhaps slightly slow. Well, no, let's not say that. I was happy to see their response to the composition that Pangolins ran on that second map on Night Market. You always worry with teams with less competitive experience that they can sometimes get stuck in compositions or waiting for ults or whatever, but as soon as they recognize, okay, we don't really want to try and poke this team down, we'd rather want to match them with an aggressive comp of our own, they switched to that, and it worked out pretty well from them. But unfortunately, like in the first map, it was just about execution. And you can see that Pangolins, that's a comp they work really well with. Poach Dig on the ball, and you can see the plan. Get on the Zen in the backline, pull a lot of attention, don't die. And in that time, Salmon is under a lot of pressure to get work done on the Monkey on the other side, but the ball is just so much more survivable. So taking a look at the numbers here, no surprises. When you're running a shield, you expect Vanquish to be blocking a lot more. The healing, pretty similar. The damage, also pretty similar. But the winner coming out with the better numbers ever so slightly.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these were very scrappy fights the whole way through there, and Pangolins just had a lot more burst between the Pharah and the Junkrat that they were running a really good way to... I think they were running the Junkrat. Was that Vanquish? I'm sure Twitch...
It was Vanquished, yeah.
It was Vanquished, yeah, I thought so. Always doubted it. But, I mean, really, it did come down to... We talked about Rafiki's role on the Pharah was to put in huge amounts of damage, and with the space that was created there, it was... That was the name of the game, especially in that last fight. You could just see the impact. As soon as everyone's turned their focus on Poached Egg, Rafiki able to come in and start chunking down 2/3 of the HP. You got Solaris, who's been great on the hit scan to follow up that damage. And I mean, even Jabba putting in all the work from the support line in terms of damage. It's just, we talked about it a little bit yesterday. It's not just about how well you can do your role in terms of like, it's not a healer, it's a support. You've got to be able to do that extra little bit of damage and really add to those numbers. So great map from Pangolins. Vanquish going to be frustrated that they got close like that, but I mean, it's going to be very interesting now. We do tend to see a little bit more scrappy fights on a control center. Now that we go towards, of course, the one and only King's Row, we know this a little bit more, and some interesting bans coming out to match this, with Pandasti banning out Rafiki's Farah, a little bit of respect there, and then a Kiriko ban from the side of the the Pangolins going to be taking out the Kiriko is an interesting one. Of course, Kiriko being probably the most banned support right now. It's not too out there.
Well, outside of Lucio, of course.
Outside of Lucio.
Yeah, this Kiriko, she's a combo breaker, and that's what makes it so annoying. She's popular, she does a lot of damage, and she's got insane utility as well. So getting rid of her helps a lot of different heroes excel. Foremost in my mind is, of course, the Ana. If you don't have the Kiriko in the game, the Ana all of a sudden becomes a lot more powerful. And when you've got Ana in the game, Reinhardt becomes another thing you've got to consider. And Kingsrow and Reinhardt go together like peanut butter and jelly. So that does not surprise me that Kiriko is taken out of the mix here. It tells me maybe Pangolins wants to lean on that Rein a little bit. The thing is, Ana's a great counter to Rein as well. So just having Kiriko not in the game is kind of like, Ana's like, cool, we got options now. I can play the Ana, and also if you think your opponent has a particularly stellar Kiriko player, you could be worried about that. The Farah ban is an interesting one. She's not super hot on King's Row. She's good on first point, but tends to fall off after that. And I wonder if that's just a response to Night Market, where they were like, okay, Rafiki on that Farah, let's not put ourselves in a position where we're going to have to come up with a solution for that. Let's take it out of the game and see what they come up with next. So what do they come up with? Pangolins on attack here. They've got Solaris and Rafiki on some long-range hit scans, or pseudo hit scans as it were. They're going for a very pokey composition. We'll see if they come out the door with this. On defense, a very brawly comp here. Lucio is back in the pool, as we can see, but instead they're going to lean towards more damage from their supports.
Vanquish on the other side definitely wants to take this toe-to-toe. Interesting to see either team favoring the Mei coming out here. Might see Pangolins swap towards that if they don't manage anything. They've swapped immediately off of the Widowmaker. The first shot didn't get any sort of play, and a quick upwards through the stairs to try and get towards the point. Instead of really nice position here. If you can control the high ground, especially with the Ashe and the Hanzo behind you, give them a lot more freedom and creates that little kill box. Instead, Vanquish going to be meeting them across the chasm there, and Salmon picks up an instant kill. That onto Jabba is massive for the start here. Punch is going to be a little less effective than I thought, but I mean, just outranged a little bit. Great dive back from Rafiki. Salmon not afraid to actually close the distance now. Pin them in the corner, knowing that they've got the man disadvantage. And they collapse the jab on both sides. You're giving Loki the space at the top of the stairs. Salmon at the bottom. That's a pincer, and Pangolins going to have to rethink their game plan.
Blender alley over there, Altruism. You do not want to be there at any time of day. It looks like kind of, what is this, early morning, dawn, dusk, not sure, but bottom line is you were never going to have a good time in there. So I like what we see from Vanquish here. They played that well. They got that pick, and as soon as they get that pick, Sam's like, cool, I can go aggro. If I can get in there, once I've got Nemesis form up, I'm going to ruin their day. And the Storm Arrow is coming down the corridor from the other end. Made it really hard. Pangolins are coming into this with a plan. Clearly they want to get up there, get set up, and do some poking from there, because that's what their comp's good at. They've switched off the Zen onto the Lucio to give them that mobility to reposition and get into position in the first place a lot more easily. So we'll see if Pangolins can execute on what their composition excels at, and the answer is no for the time being.
Yeah, again, an early pick suffered here by Pangolins. They're going to lose everyone else as a result afterwards. The entire team comp based around being able to close and take fights when they want them, but it's just too much. Vanquish keeping their distance for long enough, getting that key early pick, and it's really coming out fast. I've got to admit, that's an impressive start. And then they are collapsing very quickly on their opponents.
Yeah, very impressive stuff. Sharp stuff from Vanquish, it has to be said. That opening pick, you might as well go home after that with the way that Vanquish clean up. They get in, they start punching, they start shooting, they start ruining your day, and the team fight ends very soon after that. And the worst part is Altruism, it only gets harder, but as I say, that Rafiki, he claps back, he finds the opening kill here for Pangolins, but still not looking good, and we've got the annihilation.
Oh man, it looked so good for Pangolins being able to get that, but then you lose Jewel and you have to face up to a very angry Macho. And once more, the team fight completely split off here. Means Vanquish can take control of the choke once more. I mean, Lime's in a very aggressive position. We've seen some confident Lucios in this tournament, friend.
Yeah, we have, and Zens as well. But what I was
sorry
to say is that the alt economy is firmly in favor of Vanquish now, and they can start building towards another annihilation. But a great anti-heal from Jewel to secure that kill through the dragons is a good start for our red squad.
And now Vanquish completely pushed off the point. Great aggression. No need for a weird rotation around the side. One by one, the Vanquish squad getting taken out, and that should secure Pangolins with this first point. They only had 40 seconds left on it, so they were going to have to do it now. Late stagger, poached egg actually chasing around the Zenyatta. Late stagger for Limes means there's basically no chance for the recontested. I'm so glad that this wasn't a full hold, because these two teams really do deserve as much game time as possible.
Yeah, I wouldn't have expected it to be a full hold, in spite of the advantage that Pangolins had, just because Vanquish had. Sorry, just because with the poke composition, it goes exactly like that, right? You get one pick, and then you can just slowly work your way in, getting pick after pick. You're expecting this team to be the one finding the picks, but for some reason it was Vanquish that were able to get them before. Finally, this last fight went how Pangolins were hoping it would. And now they can start to get some motion on that cart, and they started with the Bob. Never mind, forget you saw anything.
I mean, big ultimates and big abilities being thrown out the other side. Immortality field down on the ground, and that means it's not going to be available. But Gravitic Flux doesn't find anything. Instead, Poached Egg just uses it to get into the air, find the rock into Fable on the back line, and now can start pushing forward. Needs to worry about that Transcendence. Instead, Jubba going to be using that captain. Finds a great play on the back line. Times it perfectly after the end of the Transcendence that picks up a triple.
That's a quad altruism. 3 with the captive sun, 4 with the headshot. You know, I'm an Alari enjoy altruism, so that makes my heart sing. So great work from Jabba there, and I could just see the as they lined up, the trance coming to the end, they all kind of went towards each other. That Captain Sun was going to be huge, and executed to perfection from Jabba. So now they're almost at this point here. It's going to have to be a pretty aggressive movement to try and get in here, and they do just that with the Nemesis Storm not on the mark. So the pressure is building here for the red team.
Massive dragon! Rafiki cuts off the entire back line with Salmon already heavily committed into that. There was no going back, and just a great way to split up the team fight. Pangolins once more come through with a quick, decisive victory. They've secured second point for themselves. How much more can they keep going? 2:30 on the clock.
They'll feel pretty confident being able to finish the map now. They are fighting into an annihilation though, and the dragons as well, but they can afford to lose a fight or two here and still get the completion done, so they just need to be careful. Just need to play to the strength of their composition, which is slow and steady, and they're going to rock your world if you're not careful. But there's just going to be an annihilation coming out here, and Poached Egg finds the opening pick onto Limes. Where even was Limes? How did that happen?
Like I said, confident Lucios, man. Yeah. Men's got at that stage, but it lives up to it. Still, it's not Pangolins winning the fight just yet. They managed to take out Cersei as well, so Salmon cannot afford to go too aggressive, but at least put paid it to Pangolin for now. Great shield comes up, and it's not enough though. One by one, the Vanquish squad dying on point, delays it for a bit. They're going to have another fight. Poached taking a very aggressive position, takes a late stagger onto Fable so they can keep this going. And I mean, Loki going to have to come in clutch with this dragon to secure the center of the point, and not a lot else to work with into the dragons early into the fight, countered by dragons on the other side. Payload staggered out, and Bob, to confirm the area denial there, immediately finds values. Cersei falling low. It's up to Salmon. How much time can you buy? How much damage can you mitigate? With Bob sitting on the point there, poor Limes can't do anything. No way for the Zenyatta to touch. And after it looked like Pangolins were going to get stalled out on point number 1, they complete all 3 points.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for Vanquish there. It felt like they had control, but it was about those early picks. Their comp excels at brawling, and so especially when you give them a numbers advantage, they just look totally unstoppable. But as soon as the picks started going the other way, as I say, like Pangolins would have hoped, given their composition, it kind of worked out perfectly for them. And every time it was just one player slightly out of position, he'll get punished by the Hanzo, get punished by the Ana, and it seemed like even Poached Egg was punishing people with her balls as well, and the rocks. So really, really good stuff from Pangolins. No need to switch things up on that attack. Just happy to go out with the same position, and they came into that with a plan on first point, right? Get set up on that high ground and try and get a pick from there. Unfortunately, in the first 2 fights, it was them getting picked, but as soon as they got it right once, they were able to immediately get it right over and over again as the rest of the map unfolded. So good work from them. But coming into the next point now, Vanquish on the attack. Do wait and see what they come out with, but it looks like they're leaning towards a more aggressive composition, especially if they bring out the Doomfist. That might be interesting. For Pangolins though, Postig loving the Zarya, really feeling like that's a strong hero for them. We'll have to see how that works out. And then they're going to go for a Nano Genji combination. So that should be quite interesting here. Genji not the hottest hero, and he might struggle if someone does end up going back towards that Winston, but if they can hold firm here, that could be a free fight win when the time comes.
Immediate pick off the Widowmaker there. Loki drops back onto it suddenly, and certainly a lot of space provided if Salmon can get in there and disrupt, takes good control of the high ground right now, decides to do the homework and get rid of that Alari pylon, but taking a lot of damage along the way. Certainly going to be a lot, and doesn't even confirm the pylon, so has to retreat out there. Penguin's doing a great job of just holding the front lines, holding their spaces. Very difficult for anyone to get in here. Fable on the Tracer, one of the first times we've seen them on this character. So certainly interested to see how they can follow up on the dive. Vanquish has at least gotten through their choke point into the hotel now. They're in a bit of trouble being harassed by Rafiki, but Rafiki is not getting the same sort of value. Fable and Salmon working too well together, poking, prodding, making their way around the outside. They've already got the numbers advantage, but not trying to desperately force the fight just yet. Nice isolation onto the Zarya. Now Rafiki going to be left alone, zapped down by the Salmon. I mean, that's a great first push. Vanquish taking it as patiently as they need to, methodically winning out the advantage.
Yeah, that's
winning first point.
That's heartening for Vanquish for sure. That was perfect execution as far as dive goes. You don't need to just barrel in. You don't need to dive the first target you see and try and burst him down ASAP. No, you saw Salmon using the leaps to reposition. He started on the high ground, he moved to the low ground, he held that corner for a little bit, and then when they saw Solaris out of position, they pounced on that and got that execution, and then cleaned up the fight very effectively after that. So great work from Vanquish, and immediately they've got a plan for the streets phase. Not dive anymore, we're going to go for a more brawly comp, a big anti-heal, but they're fighting to the Diva now. I bet they wish they could ban that all over again.
Oh, big Captain Sun, we saw its efficacy in the last run. Picks up one on Loki, the anti-heal on the Ramatra. Also going to put too much pressure on Salmon. Eventually it wears out and gets a heal grenade from the other side. So they have baited in Pangolins a little bit too much. Diva going to be hard pressed to deal with the punches. That's where Salmon has got the advantage. And Sticky Bomb goes out, doesn't manage to connect onto anything. Still, Vanquish continue up their momentum. Another big anti-heal takes down Rafiki solo, eventually confirmed out by Fable. Fable is just consistently a nuisance in the backline. Even the Moira going to be getting involved here. Has got that coalescence, so they want to push everyone else back. Dealing with the Milari pylon once more. Fable pays their life for that. Got some good space here from Vanquish, and this is something that I've said from Vanquish. They've done so well, and King's Road epitomized it. Their ability to take space. The fight continues now. Annihilation drops to try to push everyone back again. Massive anti-heal. Lions comes in clutch over the top. Finally giving some credits to the Annas that they deserve, and Salmon cleans it off and confirms what should be an easy street phase for Vanquish.
We are being treated here, Altruism, to some great Anna play. It's been anti-heals over the top. We've seen so many. How many times have we cut to a player taking a nap as well? So Anna's have been getting a ton of value. And again, it kind of goes back to that Kiriko ban. Normally in this situation, you just go Kiriko and the Anna's having a bad time. And with the hero bans, it means a lot of heroes can excel that might not normally excel. So really loving that aspect of the tournament as they move forward here with the duplicate.
Or early aggression pushed in there, ultimates dropped immediately, and the duplicate not long for this world, unfortunately. We see Pangolins being pushed hard right now. They're doing a good amount of pushing themselves. Jabba still waiting with this Captive Sun, but it's the Solaris Deadeye that actually finds value and sends the Vanquish back. But again, I've been liking Vanquish, their ability to lose one and just reset the fights.
Yeah, no, they're a very disciplined team. I think that's the word that comes to mind with them. We saw Salmon spending a little bit of time dealing with that pylon. He does so again, and just crossing E's, dotting I's. That what can separate a mediocre team from a good one. So nice to see them getting that down. But the Captain Sun, we've seen how good they can be with this. Can they get any more?
Oh, Captain Sun starts on one, picks up Loki, and it shoved everyone from Vanquish into that tiny corner. A great flick around the corner. Solaris takes down Fable, and with the numbers advantage, can now push forward. Suddenly, Pangolins have stabilized completely. They've still got 3.5 minutes to worry about, but this has been such a great hold so far.
That was an expensive fight, the Altruism. 3 ultimates out there. Vanquish has been using this fight to try and build towards their own ultimates. They're almost at Coalescence, halfway to the Nano Boost as well. So perhaps another drive fight. But with 3.5 minutes left, you got plenty of time to try and push on through.
Big question now is, can Fable land a good sticky bomb onto someone that could create the numbers advantage and then those ultimates available for the last fight, but not when you're going to lose Loki at the beginning. Rafiki doing a great job. Great stick comes out there, so it evens it off once more. Jabba taken out right now. Pylon also not going to be contributing to the fight. Rock doesn't manage to connect, and instead the anti-heal gives Coach Egg some time to think about what they're doing. Stays alive thanks to the defense matrix the whole way. Tries for the attempt on the sleep dart. Those Limes gets 2 hits onto the Hanzo. That's a lot of Pangolins going down very low. Nano Boost to reinforce the fight. And Solaris with an optimistic Deadeye there on low HP gets punished for it as Cersei keeps the team alive with the Coalescence. Rafiki still uncontested on this high ground though, causing problems for their opponents to worry about. So they just decide to ignore. Fable goes into the back line, reinforced now by the Salmon. The aggression once more coming out by this player is too good. And they've taken control. Someone has to come back and contest.
Can anyone get in there? Lari's in position. She bonks her head on the ceiling there, trying to get through the door. It does not, but they do get onto the point here. They've now got the Dig Master Venture.
Oh no!
Whoops, you can't dig through there. Instead, we'll sleep with the lava fishes, as it were. And that will be the end. Vanquish looking super, super hot on their attack there. Looking sharp, looking patient, looking disciplined, and looking like they're in the driver's seat to take King's Row. Pangolins getting forced back in on that push there, kind of struggling to deal with a very long drawn out fight. The sustain is very good coming out of Vanquish with the they were running the Anna and the Moira, and that kept them healthy and allowed them to eventually grind out a teamfight win and convert that into a quick cap. Just about 50 seconds advantage for Vanquish here, which is obviously significant, but it's still anybody's game here, Altruism.
Yeah, it effectively translates to a single fight right now. And
yeah.
in terms of who did better on the first point, arguably Vanquish on the hold here was really strong in being able to get those early picks. They've got to try for the same sort of thing. Pangolins looked strong once they got into the second half of the map, but the question is, can they get that far right now? Instead, swap everything up, not going for any sort of brawl or poke, and going straight for that dive. Leading the way is going to be Poached Egg on the Wrecking Ball, and then you got the speed boost to come in afterwards, and Rafiki and Solaris, both of them going to be highly proficient at following up on anything. Can Vanquish's brawl hold that front lines hard enough? We find out now. It's going to be just map number 2. So excited again that we're getting such a tight competition between these two teams. And Jules starts us off with some pokes to the high ground instead. Some rotations around the left-hand side, giving Poached Egg some time to get up and high. Rafiki actually going to be following through, swapping off the Eka onto the Genji. And you can see Vanquish know what their opponents want to do, decide to group up on the high ground. Instead now dropping down, takes a fight on the close angle, trading out one by one. And Salmon with that anti-heal decides to go up the arms of survival. Rafiki getting taken down low, confirmed by one more good slam. And Poached Egg, while you're still there, not able to really confirm anything on the back line and has to scurry back. Pangolins denied for their first fight.
Started off well for Pangolins. They got that opening pick, but Vanquish is too strong. They're kind of a very strong Wrecking Ball composition, no, Death Ball composition, in terms of if they can just stick together, they can keep each other healthy pretty well and kind of rally behind this man right here. Salmon can go Nemesis form and start doing damage, but they needed not split up. They need to not leave targets to be isolated like that. That was perfect from them. He stands there, he does some damage and regroups with the team, and now they're a lot harder to kill, but the Wrecking Ball coming in and ruining any setup they might have had, but still holding firm here are Vanquish.
Yeah, Wrecking Ball at least drags the attention away and turns Vanquish onto their back line. Now coming back in for another attempt. The kills coming out from Pangolins gives them the advantage in case Salmon short-lived in this world. Anti-heal to add on top of that, and while Pangolins didn't manage to get it right the first time, Vanquish, despite their efforts of flexing, do eventually crumble to a great roll through, and Pangolins going to be able to get some progress and even keep going with some space creation.
And this first point cap is so critical on your second attack. It means that whatever the other team's advantage is, it's worthless now. Even if they get the cap on their first fight, it's still going to amount to the same amount of actual play time. So that advantage is pretty much erased here because it's going to have to be an overtime push for Vanquished at best. So you need to be careful here. Oh my god, I saw the Lucio and I was like, it's on point. What is happening? Get back. But no, they've got it under control here, and they've got a pulse bomb ready to go as well as coming towards that nano blade. So if they can keep this fight going, they might even be able to score a free win, but that's a lot of damage.
Massive slam in the back line. It's once more Poached Egg showing sublime proficiency.
Ooh.
But unfortunately, the two DPS are not able to survive as long, and they've now given off their lives. And now the rest of Vanquish have the opportunities to rush forward. Finally gets the payload. Good stick onto the Ana. It makes it even harder. Annihilation pop. But it counted out immediately by the beat. Great climbing there by Jabba, but unfortunately someone's got a touch. And no one there from Fat Pangolins. They're denied halfway through streets.
I'll be happy with that, though. I think Pangolins, you're always happy if you can cap that first point. They've got decent push to set themselves up for an additional defense if that first point is capped. So they'll be very, very happy with that given the deficit they were facing. So unfortunately, they couldn't take it. I liked what they did, getting nice and aggressive, but it does mean if you lose a fight there, it's as good as losing a fight anywhere else, obviously, when you're in overtime. So also a little bit unfortunate that they did end up kind of C9ing. Yes, they were losing that fight, but Ball and Lucio are hard to kill, and they just popped the sound barrier. So they would be feeling like maybe we could buy another 5 seconds, 10 seconds, and then we've got reinforcements coming in, and anything can happen at that point. But anyways, when it's all said and done, they'll feel like this is their game to lose now. But Vanquish, they're in firm control. We saw how good they were on their first attack, how patient they were able to be, but they're not playing with the 4 minutes that you play with at the start of the map. So they don't have infinite time. And you need to make sure you've got ults and stuff ready to win the fight after you cap the point. So there's still it's looking all right for both teams, but they'll both feel like it's their game to lose.
Yeah, 100%. And Vanquish going with that team comp that did work so well for them earlier, you're going to have to think that you can't always rely on those early picks. Certainly Pangolins found that out the easy way, the hard way, if you want to call it that. And so it went across. Instead, Pangolins going across to the maze. Certainly a great hero for staggering things out. Separates off the Winston early. The fight still has that jump over the top. The Poached Egg decides to take the aggressive position, just sneaks up behind the wall and puts on all the pressure. Eliminates the backline quickly, and now it's a full send going from Pangolins. They've taken advantage of that early play, and Fable just has to hide out at the top. And Salmon even late staggered into that fight. That's a good minute bought here for Pangolins, and came from that Rafiki wall that started it all off.
But how smart was that, Ultrason? They cut the Winston off, and then they leave the Winston. They go for everybody else. Normally, you slice the guy if you kill that guy, and then you take the fight. No, they forced the Winston out of position, and they said, well, they've got no backup now. We can just get aggressive. And Poached Egg on the rematcher, that's what you like to do. You like to get in, you like to get punched, and get the job done. But the wall taken down quickly, sharp heads-up play from the blue team. Let's see if they can parlay that into a team fight win.
Yeah, wall is down, so a little bit more freedom for Salmon to move forward, and you got Loki again coming through with all the damage. Still Fable trying to find an angle, gets a decent bit of distance here. He goes in for a close range fight, immediately takes a shot and has to recall out, and so a little bit slower that Vanquish being forced into. Loki decides to go aggressive. That plays with his life. That is a very confident jump, and now puts the team under a lot of pressure. Great anti-heal once more, but the Bay gets into the ice block, just stays alive. Instead, Pangolins not suffering any casualties and able to put on all the damage against their opponents. They're just surviving by the skin of their teeth and punishing all mistakes. Suddenly, Vanquish, they were doing so well on their first push. Now they've only got 30 seconds left.
And that's what can happen on King's Row here. This May has been such an intelligent pick from Pangolins. It's been so hard to push through, but this pulse bomb could be key. She's in the ball now, comes up quickly. The self-destruct goes through, the Blizzard goes through and leads to a self-destruction. So pretty good start here, but it's not all over yet. Poached Egg, she's got that. The Annihilation staying alive. Big anti-heal as well, though. But is there enough healing to keep that It looks like it, the anti-heal. Now the sound altruism is not looking good. Annihilation is going to have to be absolutely enormous here, and it's not big enough, as once again Vanquished comes so close to winning. But Pangolins too strong when it's all said and done, and they secure themselves a 2-0 lead.
Man, this really is. We asked for an exciting matchup, and you couldn't get closer than this. It was Pangolins on fragments of HP. The May only just getting into the ice block. The Ramatra there so close to dying in the anti-heal, but still survives through it all. And I mean, Vanquish must be infuriated right now by their attempts being thwarted at the final couple of HP points. And well done, though, to Pangolins. They've shown tenacity the whole way through, certainly like a dog with a bone throughout this, and fighting to the bitter end has got them a second win and now sitting on match point.
Yeah, no pangolins pictured there. It has to be noted. Only furry friends. But yeah, you say Vanquish will be infuriated, but that really depends on what they thought this match was going to look like, right? That really depends on how they approached this series coming into it. Because on paper, we said Vanquish is a very solid team. These teams are relatively equally matched on the table, but on paper we know much more about Pangolins than we do about Vanquish. So do they come in with an underdog mindset? If they do come in with an underdog mindset, they're just getting stronger and stronger every time they take a team. They take a map this close, right? Because they're coming in thinking, oh, this team's probably going to beat us, but let's just make a go of it. And they're matching them step for step for step. It's just that final step that Pangolins is taking that Vanquish falls behind. But I feel like if you're Vanquished, you're brimming with confidence, right?
Yeah.
You're going, we're one team fight away from winning any of these maps, right? We are as good as this team. We're as strong as them. We can beat them. So let's do that as we head to the next map.
Yeah, exactly, right? If ever there was a reverse sweep looming, this seems to be the matchup where it's just going to take a little bit of revitalization or a slightly more advantageous. Don't lose a couple of picks early in the fight, and that could be a complete difference between these two teams. That looking at the match stats in total, I mean, huge amounts of damage coming out from both of these squads. Very little of it being mitigated. Vanquish doing a little bit better at that, and the healing there. Actually, when you compare those healing numbers, you're thinking those are great, and then you look at the damage numbers and you're going, wow, that's like a third of the damage that's coming in. Both these sides so aggressive in their approaches.
Yeah, and I guess that extra 50k probably came through just in that last little bit there where Vanquish just lost fight after fight after fight with no response. Because time-wise, both teams were relatively similar if you include the overtime push. So I'm surprised Pangolins had that much more, especially given the additional damage that Vanquish was blocking as well on top of that. So that adds even more damage to that was coming out from Pangolin. So that's actually an interesting stat. I'd love to go back and see why is the damage so much higher for Pangolins in that map. But we'll have to see what happens as we head into our next map. It is going to be Survasa, I believe. Rumor has it. Very, very interesting. It is our Flashpoint map, probably most people's favorite Flashpoint map, the oldest Flashpoint map in the game, and makes for very interesting reading, especially when you look at what happened on Lijiang Tower, very closely matched. Flashpoint kind of a microcosm, sort of 5 control points in one map, and I think it's going to be fascinating to me to see how the teams respond to each other. You've got a bit of time to strategize inside the map and figure out what's going to happen. And we'll just see. So we finally have that Diva ban, the most common ban in Overwatch 2 for this tournament at least. And then we've got the Ana ban. So with Kiriko back in the mix, they decide, well, we'll just make sure Ana gets 0 play. Let's take no risks. And honestly, look at how the Ana's played in that last map. Very, very valuable pick.
Very valuable. I mean, the anti-heals, the sleeps, every part of it was crucial. And I mean, this really opens us up for a lot of brawl style. I mean, Lucio back in the pool means that we've got the mobility to move around, and that's something that you desperately do need on these Flashpoint maps. So would not be surprised to see either team bringing out the Lucio. And I mean, you can combine that with the Kiriko. Even Alari is still really powerful if you can start to take that. So, I mean, Diva prevents them from diving into your backline. I mean, it now opens up a lot of the other dive options. Winston a lot more viable through here. Still wouldn't be surprised to see Vanquish going for more of the brawl style led by the Ramatra comp. But I mean, even taking out the Ana, they weren't the ones to ban it. I think they're going to be very happy that there's no Ana when it's been causing such havoc on their Ramatra front line. So it's still very much anyone's game. And this is Vanquish's map pick. So they obviously feel confident here.
It's actually the first Flashpoint we've seen on stream throughout this qualifier. So it tells you how people feel about Flashpoint A, but it kind of is a very interesting pick then from Vanquish. I wonder how prepared they'll be coming into this, whether they'll have a leg up, because Flashpoint isn't just, I kind of compared it to 5 control points. It's not quite that, because ult economy and positioning and stuff all carry through after you cap the point. So there's more to it than just being 5 isolated control points. And there's a little bit of a skill to understanding the flow of a Flashpoint map that a lot of teams are not going to be familiar with, because they just try and avoid the map type as much as possible. So fingers crossed that that's an advantage for Vanquish. And immediately we see a switch up here. They're coming out with the Junker Queen. No Diva in play, no Ana in play. So they feel like, Salmon feels like rather, you can get value on the Queen.
Very interesting contrasting styles here. The brawl that we talked about here for Vanquish, and Pangolins going back for that dive. No easy targets though for them to jump upon. The Lucio, the Kiriko, both of which have the ability. Suzu forced out early though means Pangolins does have a little bit of a window, but they're the ones being pushed back and chased around. Loki goes aggressive here on the venture and decides to take into the ground. Can they pick up anything? Double kill comes out for Pangolins though. That is huge to be able to start this off. Lucio also under a huge amount of pressure in the bottom lines here. Limes does manage to get out there, but I mean, it really is just a bit of academia by this stage as Pangolins take a great first fight and now start chasing down their opponents.
Oh, Junker Queen will eventually go down, and they're even parlaying this into more. They have not yet quite capped the point yet. We'll do so now. I'm not sure who was actually on the point, but that late pick as well not going to help. And remember, guys, this is a very, very truncated control point. It's you got like a minute, I think, of actual percentage time, play time, once the point has been capped. So that little stagger could be just enough to turn this from 2 fights into 1. We'll have to see if Vanquish can get in here. They're going to struggle a bit though against this composition. It's really awkward to play into the ball. As the fight gets drawn out, you're more likely to die than get kills, unfortunately. But we have to see what they can get done, and that's a good start. Salmon opens things up, but immediately a flurry of kills going the other way.
It was that Suzu being forced out, Vanquish and Cersei dropping those so early into the fight thanks to Pangolin's balls. And I mean, that's kind of the name of the game for their team comp, it seems, is just force out their abilities, and then we can start hard diving with it. And Rafiki's so close to that blade after this. This has got to be first point basically secured right now. Vanquish are going to be a team that's hard pressed to try get in here. And I talked about the fact that Pangolins was going to be hard pressed to find someone to try and collapse upon. They're just collapsing upon the entire team. Vanquish being the ones struggling to find any purchase. Fable starts us off well though with the great pulse bomb. Solaris still waiting for one of their own into this fight. Pulse bomb from them doesn't manage to get anything counted out just for insurance by that Suzu. Loki is still sitting on the point here, putting pressure. Still no kills coming out from either side. Everyone low on the side of Pangolins, even lower for Vanquish. Cersei on a sliver of HP eventually gets confirmed, and Fable falls shortly afterwards. So Pangolins once more take the numbers advantage. Great ultimate here comes out, but cleansed immediately there. Well, good heads up play coming from Jewel. Unfortunately, Jewel doesn't have that now to save themselves. They just had to survive out as Salmon, the last one to fall, gives Pangolins the full 100% on point number 1. And Vanquish is going to have to try again on point number 2 against lots of ultimates.
Yeah, it's hard to play into this composition because, like I say, as the fight gets drawn out, as Vanquish, you're more likely to lose teammates than you are to get kills, because this comp, Pangolin's comps, is happy to kind of take a very split brawly style. You know, a lot of mobility, a lot of ways for heroes to get in and out at will, and eventually this right here, this lady, as it were, Poached Egg, is going to find a target that they can kill alongside the DPS, so it can be tough. They do start with a Kitsune Rush on Vanquish, so they're looking to take this point early.
Yeah, Kitsune Rush forced out early, and some ultimates being traded out now. Beat from Rafiki countered immediately, or at least the blade from Rafiki countered by the beat, and now Pangolins have a lot more in store. They've got another beat to worry about. Both of the Kirikos fall early into the fight, so reduced sustain from both sides, and no cleanse there, but seems like Pangolins have the upper hand. They've lost 2 players themselves, got both of the DPS down. Suddenly Vanquish has stabilized, and even without that support, they've got enough self-sustain here. The Queen, just too much of a presence on point. And Vanquish, they're looking to turn the script around after that first point and take advantage here on second point.
Good use of ults, I think, is what that came down to. Both supports popping their ults there on Vanquish. That kept them in the fight. They started with the Kitsune Rush. The beat perfectly counting out the Genji Blade as well. So that's not in the play anymore. So good work from them. They just need to watch out for the opponent's Pulse Bomb now. That doesn't get a pick. It might be a Genji, but that's a lot of pressure in the midfield.
And again, the cleanse comes out just in time. Unfortunately, Cersei and Lime's going to drop through. So both of the supports are down. Vanglin's managing to find themselves a window, and they don't have possession of the point just yet. This can stall out for so long, and with both those supports being as such mobile characters, unfortunately, they've lost Loki as well. Trying desperately as Salmon with the Queen, and nearly confirms the kill, but they are eventually going to have to give it up. They've got themselves up to 99%, which they're going to be happy about. But that late... Carnage from Summon? That's the name of the Jungle Queen ultimate, right? Rampage. Rampage.
Yeah.
Means they don't have it for the next fight.
I actually, I didn't like the Rampage. I was looking at that fight unfold, looking at the time and thinking, you probably just lose this fight, then Rampage the next fight to try and take the point back. You're already at 80% or whatever it was at the time. You feel comfortable doing that. Now they're going to fight in with no ultimate here into a Blade. They're not quite at the sound barrier yet, so depending on how sharp they are on the side of Pangolins, this could be a disaster for our blue team.
Well, Solaris does manage to get up the first kill, taking out their counter, and Blade pops in the back line by Rafiki. No Blade, no beat like he talked about. It's going to be there to sustain, and for Salmon once more, the lone ranger here. Loki was there, but immediately cut down afterwards as Pangolins just win that out on Ultimate Economy. Vanquish, though, they've got their chance to come back.
They'll be able to barely get a touch, I think, but it's going to be a scrappy fight either way. I wonder if we'll see them switch off onto a different composition after this point, because it feels like they're just being split apart. This doesn't feel like an execution thing. It feels like a mismatch. That didn't look right on 200 ping, but it worked out for them that time. And they got the Pulse Bomb, and they got the opening kill. So there is something to do here. Vanquish, they get the point flipped as well.
Oh, Rafiki being taken down to low XP does manage to jump out there. Big beats comes out from Vanquish. They've got all the sustain that they need. It's up to Pangolin. How long can they stay alive? Of course, with the Wrecking Ball, it can sustain or at least stop for a long time. Pulse Bomb goes out, cleanse once more. Unfortunately, that cleanse always seems to just delay the kills, and eventually Pangolin is going to start losing the fight. They've got a great sustain from Salmon, got all the kills that they need to get themselves through this fight. Another great knife comes out there. Rampage bolts up. Double the Clut, though, has turned a lot of pressure on their opponents. Double kill from them. So Vanquish hasn't secured it. They have. There was just the C9 a little bit late into it. So one flashpoint apiece for our two teams.
That was super tight. Vanquish kind of just using their positioning there, get on the point. They got the cap, and at that point, the ball is in their court. The Pangolins have to win the team fight. They can't just draw it out, split it up, and get it to that point that we saw there, where Vanquish was kind of in a 2v2 situation. But the pressure was on Pangolins to try and stay on the point. And their comp doesn't really excel at holding the point down like that. They excel at moving around, being evasive, and trying to do damage that way. But unfortunately for them, they had to keep a body in point. And we saw what happened. Ball got taken down. And Lucio was likely not long for this world. But that's good for them. They've got Kitsune Rush now, Vanquish, and everything to play for now at 1-1.
Great Kitsune onto the point. The Pulse, Scissors forced out, though, means Cersei in the middle and the thick of it on 10 HP, somehow still alive through this. Eventually does go down there. So first pick for the Pangolins. They've got themselves a counter kill on their opponents, Kiriko, though, and Salmon so strong on this point. Even pulls the ball back. Great use of Gracie on that fight. It means that it seems that Vanquish do have control of this point eventually. They've just got nothing from Pangolins. They can burn through Salmon, despite how elusive they are. A couple of chunks into Rafiki there, and everyone coalesces onto that. Vanquish, despite being under pressure, that early Kitsune Rush gave them the leg up that they needed.
Salmon rocking the basic Overwatch logo spray. Isn't that so fascinating?
And skin.
That's true. Well, I think they might all be rocking the basic skins. But Gracie gets hooked in. They might be able to saw that kill, not quite. Throws in the Rampage as well. Doesn't seem to find anything except pulling out the ultimate here, but it's even fight so far, Altruism.
Even fight from the two of these. Pangolins drop their beat early into this one. Beat not online. On the other side, though, Rafiki has got themselves the window, slashing and dashing, getting people low, but not confirming any of the kills. Eventually, the rest of the team, though, with their mobility, able to follow through afterwards, and Vanquish gets turned aside. Only 64%, so going to be a couple of fights left here.
Absolutely. Well, Ults to work with though for the red team, and they can afford to throw out a couple in this next fight. And Vanquish will feel okay taking a relatively dry fight, but they will have the sound barrier if they need to. They pop that early, and Jules does go down, so Vanquish in with a chance here to take the point right back.
They do. Holcomb though put pressure on Limes, and eventually gets taken out, and Pangolin slowly, methodically cleaning up player by player from the opponent's side. Vanquish didn't have a lot more to work in, and so they are going to have another attempt at this. Post-egg decides to just sort things out. It is contested, but all this time that Vanquish is hanging around is not going to be buying themselves anything. Obviously thinking that they can still bring this fight back, and just wasting time right now. Fable once more trying to get a pick at the end of this, but I mean, even dropping the seismic ultimate thing that Loki doesn't get any value out of.
I mean, that was rough. They committed the tectonic overcharge, I think it's called. They didn't find anything. Heroes flying along walls and in the sky, not even anybody on the ground to take damage from that. As we see them taking damage, get the touch just barely, but Salmon pays with his life, and that's as pretty much good as done here on the third point. Pangolins in control there in spite of the slow start, and they'll get 2 points to 1 now. But they just kind of drew that second fight out too long, Altruism, as you were pointing out. If they'd been a bit more disciplined, like we saw them on King's Row, they might have been able to use 2 fights there instead. They've come into this now with the Pulse Bomb and with the Rampage, and so they could win this fight out. But Salmon's quietly having quite a good game on the Jungle Queen, I have to say.
Yeah, definitely. Unfortunately, just being the last one left alive constantly doesn't help out, and decides to throw a Rampage into the backline, gets 2 on the high ground, but unfortunately, without the vertical mobility, cannot confirm those kills. It was a great attempt there, but now you've lost people in your backline. Cersei only just managing to get out, only for the second that it takes for Solaris to track them down afterwards, and Fable sitting on the back line now, struggling to confirm any kills. The Cohesion just dropping a step here from Vanquish. Holcomb does eventually go out, but it's onto the big steepy target, and Rafiki slices and dices the back line, trying to confirm one more time, pulls out to deflect, and nearly getting the kill. Unfortunately, it's still not going to work out. Vanquish once more, just not on the same page in these fights, and Pangolins take advantage.
This is a really hard fight composition to execute, Altruism, against this comp, because this is a fight you want to barrel in and dominate as best you can, but this is not a comp you can do that into. Pangolin's not running that kind of comp. Tracer needs to be careful. They pop Kitsune Rush and now look to get aggressive. They've got the Blade as well, so they could make a very expensive fight here to get further percentage on what could be the final point.
Yeah, expensive. I mean, your ultimates are there to be used for a reason, and you're so close to a couple of other ones that you can come in, drop whatever you need, push Vanquish back, even if it's just a half win on the fight. They do manage to do it right now, and Discover now trying to just build up that beat as well, as fast as possible. It'll be massive against it. All the support ultimates outlines. Ajax in the air though on his counterpoint, and so Vanquish suddenly in a dire situation. Picks up against a triple kill from Rafiki as well, and a 74%. This may be all Vanquish could bring to the table as they look to go down in a 3-0 sweep. So close time and time again, but it really is just a one step separating them. Now whether they can touch at all to try and drag this out a little bit later, then swap to a ball themselves. Salmon into the point, does start to put on some pressure, takes the Lucio down quite low, but can't confirm their kill. Spin to win seems to be the name of the game. Up into the air, down onto Rafiki though, gives the Rafiki a chance to have to heal up, and Loki stalls out the point. Everyone's up here. Pulse Bomb just dodged at the last second. No picks coming out. Vanquish have finally found themselves into the fight. Pangolins holding onto their ultimate for a long time. They finally go out, dropping 2 at once. The sound barrier sustains it, but mines to deny half the points, and everyone from Vanquish low being methodically dealt with piece by piece. Salmon once more, the final member along with the Lucio. But Lucio, short-lived for this world. Limes on the sliver of HP has to drop back, abandons the tank on the points, and Pangolins secures this, and with it, their ticket to Cape Town.
Really, really good work from Pangolins here. This was a tough match. This was a real slobber knocker, as they say. Two teams the peak of their powers, fighting tooth and nail to secure that spot at the 80k arena in October. But at the end of it all, Pangolins, the better team, prevailed, it has to be said. But Vanquish looking so good in this matchup. I'm so excited to see what they can do in the second qualifier. And at the moment, for me, from what we're seeing, I feel like they're the best placed team to take one of those 2 slots coming out of that next qualifier. So disappointment for them at the end of this map, but the dog and cat people here, named after an armadillo-like creature, are the better team on the day.
Yep, animal lovers unite apparently here behind pangolins. But we said it at the beginning. I said that these were the 2 teams. Whoever didn't go through has a great chance through that second chance. And I think this map just affirmed that for me. Yeah. I really think that Vanquish were close enough there to Pangolins to make me so excited to see them at LAN. And when it came down to it, I think there were just a couple of moments where they fumbled a little bit. Their discipline as a newer team is something that is often called into question. And right now, they had a couple of moments where they should have just reset themselves so that they didn't get staggered out and buy themselves 1 or 2 fights more into this. Because it really did seem like that's all that it took. A couple of wasted ultimates at the end of a dead fight. If you instead bring those into the beginning of the next fight, you have a much better chance of turning this around. And I mean, the numbers have been telling that story the whole way through. Almost a deadlock in this one. 0 damage blocked again. Yep, love to see it. Thanks doing their job. But I mean, really, it does come down to a hair's breadth between these sides.
I think Pangolins, thinking back over the kind of broad strokes of this match, there were a lot of times where in 50-50 situations, Pangolins were coming out on top. And that is kind of what you're saying, right? It's the little things. It's securing kills, 1 extra shot hit here, or 1 extra healing shot hit somewhere else, or slightly better positioning, or not committing quite so hard at times. When being a little bit more patient might be key. That's the difference between these 2 teams. It's that sharpness under pressure that separates them, and that's something Vanquish is going to learn. It's if you told me these 2 teams were going to go close, but one team was going to come out on top, I would have said Pangolins is probably that team, and I would have said it probably would have looked like this, because we know Pangolins has a little bit more competitive experience. And I feel like this is a quintessential example of what that probably looks like. There's a lot of talent on the Vanquish side, there's a lot of skill, and there's good synergy there. But at the end of the day, that competitive experience, I think just seeing Pangolins through to the W in the end.
Yeah, and I think that's encouragement for any team such as Vanquish, that they need to keep going, right? They've got so much potential behind them, and it's something that we've been saying to all of the newer teams to join this tournament is you guys have things to learn, and the only way you get to learn that and to learn how to make those shot calls or moment-to-moment decisions is by playing against incredible teams, and that's what has been on offer for them to go against. So hard luck from Vanquish in this. Congratulations to Pangolins for getting their spot down. Certainly Vanquish with a great sign, and I think an intimidating presence going into that second qualifier. But guys, that's going to wrap up this match, but not the Overwatch for the weekend. We still have 2 more nights. Sun Phoenix and I are going to be back at 5 o'clock to bring you that incredibly high-paced game, one of the greatest matchups that we've gotten to see in the qualifiers, that of Anomaly from Rage Quit taking on 5 Knights at Lads, both teams having already secured themselves a spot. This one, all for the pride and for the seeding that could prove so pivotal when we reach our Cape Town finals. So, guys, we hope you have enjoyed this stream.
We have to do MVP, Alters.
We have to do MVP. Of course we have to do MVP. Sun Phoenix?
Giving it thought, I think you can point to a lot of players. I think Poached Egg as the tank often stands out. I think we had a lot of moments where Rafiki and Solaris popped off. But I'm actually going to give it to Jabba. I think he had a quiet series after, she, I think it is, had a quiet series after that first map, but popped off in a big way on Lijiang Tower all the time, and otherwise was staying alive and finding kills in clutch moments. So I'm going to give it to Jabba on the support there. I think that was the standout play for me.
Yep, fair enough. I mean, those Captive Sons, when playing Alari, were honestly team fight winning on their own. I mean, when you can counter out the Transcendence, the timing on their attacks, their accuracy that they were able to pull out afterwards was just really clean the whole way through there. And I mean, we had a good couple of sound barriers there on Runasapi that defined the fight in a lot of aspects. So great MVP. I'm with you all the way. Okay, any final thoughts? Anything else I've forgotten, son?
I feel like this was the precursor to the next match. This was an appetite whetter, because the next match promises to be an absolute banger between 2 top teams. So I'm looking forward to that.
Yep, and if you guys are as well, make sure to be here 5 o'clock for our fight there between a Rage Quit Anomaly versus the it is Anomaly. Yes, please tell me I got that one right.
Yeah,
yes,
you got it.
Rage Quit Anomaly versus Five Nights at LAN. So guys, go take a break, go catch some sun, touch some grass, and we'll see you at 5 o'clock.